Welcome in, everyone, to the grand finale of the 2022 USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. The music still blaring in the background. That's how excited we are right now for our final day of matches here on the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. It's been a fantastic 6 weeks of tennis, and we've been so fortunate to cover it all here on our Crack Rackets YouTube channel. And for all of you today, we have our final singles finals matches of the circuit. Of course, joining me to break it all down is the man who has joined me the past 3 weeks throughout this Los Angeles swing, a man you know best as an NCAA singles champion, NCAA doubles finalist, top 100 ATP player, and by this point, you know him as our friend BK, Bradley Klahn. Welcome back to our broadcast. How are you doing on this championship Sunday?
I'm great, Alex. Excited to be joining you again for a third straight week of finals. Looking forward to some great matches today.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, folks. And if you joined us yesterday, you are well aware of the fact that We had two different narratives on the men's and women's side. Two straight set winners to set up our women's finals, two 3-set hard-fought victories to begin in our men's action. And on today's broadcast, we start out with our women's singles final. We're actually ready to get rocking and rolling. Players on court on time for a change. Love to see that here on Championship Sunday. And with that in mind, we get to our women's singles final, I believe for the first time on this USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. We have a top seed in a singles final. Of course, that top seed on the near side of your screen. It's 25-year-old Kim Dabin. Of course, Kim Dabin, straight set win yesterday for her. Cruised fairly, well, was tested in a 3-4 win over Martina Akalova. Certainly going to have faced her toughest test to date. She takes on a player who's already won a title on this USTA SoCal Pro Circuit and can be our only 2-time singles champion with a win today. Of course, I'm referring to 20-year-old Snow Han, serving on the far side of your screen. Up 30-15 is the rising redshirt sophomore from USC. Snowhan again, 20 years old, had a fantastic redshirt freshman campaign for the USC Trojans. Season saw her go with 33-12 overall in singles. Forehand sails on Han there, so 30-40. It's an early break point chance for Kim Dabin, and that was the narrative of yesterday's match for both of these players. Snow Han breaking serve in all but one service game in her straight set victory yesterday over future teammate and 19-year-old Madison Sieg.
Tremendous court coverage there from Kim Dabin. Seen Snow Han really going after that forehand. She's really gonna need to use those weapons. We saw Kim Dabin yesterday, so strong, controlling the court with the forehand. When she's set, looking at those forehands, she was so dominant yesterday.
The dropper, brilliant off the racket of Snow Han to set up a game point, and already an astute observation from Bradley Klahn. Couldn't agree more. It's going to be fascinating today to see Snow Han be in more of a offensive dictating role. She has her first game point chance of the match. That forehand goes into the net. It did feel like yesterday BK Han was able to really wait for those Sieg errors. That's not going to be the case with Kim Dabin, is it?
Not at all. We saw her patience yesterday. She was able to sit back, move the ball around, rely on the athleticism that we've seen. Today, we've already seen she's had to be more aggressive. A few errors early in this game. She's going to have to continue going after that forehand throughout the match.
Yeah, buckle your seatbelts, folks. This match has 2+ hours written all over it. As you see both of these players comfortable in the outer thirds of the court. Again, the patience from Kim Dabin spreads the court so well. Now earns herself another break point chance in our opening game. So it is Kim Dabin who opens the game with the break 4-1 love. And for Kim Dabin, it's her 8th Pro Circuit final, first since the 2019 season. And you look for the 25-year-old, was a slow start for her here this year. She lost 3 of her first 8 matches on the year, but clearly has found her form, winning, I believe, the doubles title, or maybe it was a doubles final. I'll double check that momentarily last week. That success translating to the singles court here. What makes the 25-year-old so dangerous, BK?
I really like the way she looks for forehands. We've seen her very steady on the backhand side, uses it to neutralize the points. That's where you're seeing opponents trying to attack her, is to that backhand side, but she handles that very effectively, uses kind of taking the air out of the ball, will play it higher, giving herself time to find that forehand, and that's really her weapon. She can hit that to all parts of the court. Definitely more comfortable hitting the inside out and that line ball.
Snohan continuing to go after that forehand, and even though she missed a few BK early on, I think those were the right errors. I think she's going to have to do that today.
Certainly. And it's difficult when you play a match like yesterday where you're able to play within yourself, almost wait for the errors from the opponent to creep in, and then having to pick it up, play more aggressive, find yourself playing maybe a little bit more out of her comfort zone or just different from yesterday. Really interested to see how Snohan adjusts to this match. That is the mark of the great competitors, is just finding different ways to win and understanding what they need to do in each match.
Certainly yesterday, again, both of these players in control from the start. You do feel today's match, and we projected this yesterday, a lot of parity in this one. Two players who can do a lot of similar things, no definitive advantage either way. Snohan responding to that early break with a love 30 lead here.
Either player with, I would say, with a huge serve as a weapon, generally relying on that +1 to be more offensive. So really key on placement here, setting themselves up to find that football forehand.
The reverse commentator jinx. The serve is a weapon, at least there for Kim Dabin, who hits her spot perfectly. Snohan didn't love the call.
Another good example there from Kim Dabin of using the serve to set up the first ball. We saw just not a lot of pace, but you saw how far Snow-Han was off the court. It's really imperative for Kim Dabin to get on the offense with that first strike.
Got to keep the ratio solid. 1 ace, 1 double fault. Game number 2, we're back in a deuce. We see here again, Snow-Han able to flip things. Notice depth on that return of serve, so tough to deal with. So we find ourselves Snow-Han again, another break point chance. Boy, the script of these 2 opening games have been identical. Love the placement on the slice, but the backhand goes awry, and so it is a trading of breaks to kick off our women's singles final. Snow-Han, by the way, competing in her 4th professional final today, 2nd of this SoCal Pro Circuit, on winning the title in San Diego, our 2nd week of play.
That's an excellent pass on the run.
Kim Dabin showing off the athleticism once more for love 15. I do want to look at Snow-Han. BK is, again, 20-year-old, going to be a redshirt sophomore next season for the USC Trojans. That sails on her there, but Han reached 2 pro finals prior to coming to school. Didn't play a pro match between 2020 and the start of this pro circuit. She's 15-4, BK. Over these past 6 events, have made at least the quarterfinals in 5 of the 6 tournaments. Sails the forehand there, but curious in your opinion, what do you think's allowed Snow-Han to have that sort of success?
You love to see that kind of consistency on tour, especially when you're young and up and coming. I know she's still in college, but just giving herself that opportunity to start the transition to the pros, get some experience. We see how solid she's been day in, day out, just the mentality to be always there. Each match, that's what it takes, that competitive fire, finding different ways to win. We talked about her ability to use the athleticism, allow Sieg to beat herself yesterday, now coming out today, understanding she needs to play a little bit more aggressive.
And the question for today's match, who's going to be more comfortable generating their own pace? Right now, it's Kim Dabin, as that forehand continues to sail on Snohan. 3 straight breaks to kick us off here, 2-1. It's a fascinating matchup, BK, because, again, a lot of similarities between these two players. I will say, as I watch Kim Dabin play, and let's pull up the graphic for the 25-year-old now, dropped just 1 set on her way to this women's singles final. For what it's worth, it was against a fellow or another USC Trojan in Selma Ewing. But I do feel for Kim Dabin, watching her play, how visceral that experience is. You feel like you can just feel everything she's doing. When she sends a ball cross court, you can kind of tell from her body position, how she massages the ball, that that's what she wants to do. I mean, again, do you see any definitive weapons advantages in this match?
I think Kim Dabin is a little bit more comfortable playing offense with the forehand. That's where she's going to make her mark. We've seen Snohan generate a few more airs off that forehand. She seems a little bit less comfortable trying to pick it up a notch, kind of turn the dial offensively on that side, where Kim Dabin has a little bit more margin on the forehand and just seems a little bit more comfortable generating the offense from that side.
There's the second double fault for Kim Dabin. I do agree, at least early on here. I mean, if you check the unforced error count early, it's probably already racked up 5, 6 forehand misses. Trying to be aggressive, just a little bit more difficult for her. Another one sprays on her wide, so 40-15, and hands on the hips there. It's not clicking early, BK. What's the adjustment?
So I want to go back to one point she had early in that first service game where she had Kim Dabin far in the court. We actually couldn't see Kim Dabin in the screen, and she played a drop shot. And I think that's a play that she can use from time to time, because right now Kim Dabin, when Snohan is able to get on offense, Kim Dabin is just complacent to stay back, play the shots deep, not really gaining any court position, and almost allowing Snohan to hit herself out of the point.
So Kim Dabin gets a hold on the board. 3-1 lead for the 25-year-old. Again, Kim Dabin struggled at the start of this season. You look for her overall on the year, even with her success, 7-4 on the season in singles. Ball sails long on Han again. Of course, Kim Dabin is ranked as high as you saw, 318 in the world, currently at 568. Why is that the case? It's because she only played 7 matches combined in 2020, 2021. Injuries, the pandemic playing a factor in that number. But seeing the 25-year-old play, and we've watched so much, been fortunate to watch so much of the tennis over these past 6 weeks, she just has the speed to be at this level.
Once you've proven you can work your way up a little bit more, you have that confidence to draw on in these matches again. And that experience, I think, is what's really helping her throughout this week. Just the calmness you see in the points when she's on the run. She's playing the smart shot conservatively, keeping herself in the point, not allowing herself to panic on the run and go for too much. It's forcing Snohan to go for more than she's comfortable with. If you're Snohan, this is almost the antithesis of what her semifinal match was. She was playing the role of Kim Dabin yesterday, just using the athleticism, allowing Sieg to hit herself out of the match, and she finds herself in that situation so far.
Uncharacteristic start. If you've watched Snohan play throughout the course of this SoCal Pro Circuit, she has been so consistent, and yet I was going to say it earlier, credit to her, Allison Swain, the entire coaching team, for reading the scouting report, knowing she was going to have to manufacture a little more offense in today's match, but the errors have piled up, so it's 4-1 for the top seed, Kim Dabin, and you see on your screen now, again, 20-year-old Snohan did not drop a set on her way to her 4th pro singles final this week. Wins over a bunch of players with college ties. Future teammate Madison Sieg in the semis. Auburn's Carolyn Ansari. Texas's Malika Rapalou. I know I asked you this already, BK, but with the errors piling up as they have, feels like, you know, again, is it time for her to slow down? Do you fear that by slowing down, now you're playing Kim Dabin's game? What's going through her head right now?
I think it's important for her to calm herself down. And there's looks like a little bit of panic out there trying to overhit play a little bit too offensive. You can still keep the physicality going for the shots, just trying to stay within yourself a little bit more, showing some of that patience, bringing the targets in. I know when I've gotten in these situations where you're overhitting, you don't feel the rhythm. It's really important to find the legs. And we've seen Snohan use her athleticism so much throughout the course of this 6 weeks. You really want to see her tap into that and make it more of a physical match. We saw that a little bit in those first couple of games, and now we've seen the air start to creep in a bit more.
Well, I did like that adjustment there. Approach to the Kim Dabin backhand, make her do something special. She just was able to.
Yeah, that's too good.
Yeah, that's just tennis. Welcome to tennis, folks. It's also interesting on those approach shots in terms of predictability, as we see again the errors continuing to pile up for Han. I once had a conversation with current top 100 player, arguably the best men's college tennis player in history, Steve Johnson, about the fact, look, you know people are going to target your backhand slice, right? And kind of laughed, and it's like, yeah, you think I don't know that? I'm the one they're playing. As we see the double fault there, third of the match. The reason I bring that up, I feel like Kim Dabin must know, yeah, you're probably going to approach to my backhand if you are going to move forward.
Definitely. And that's not it doesn't have to be a slight on the Kim Dabin backhand either. Yeah. That's just a testament to her forehand. And that's also important for Kim Dabin to understand, to not get frustrated when she's not able to find as many forehands as she wants, because people are scared of that side. They know the damage that she can do off that wing. It's important for her, which we've seen so far, the patience on that side until she finds the forehand.
I will say I love the change of target from Han on that last approach as well. 430 all. Now a couple of forehand errors consecutively. And so Snohan, opportunity here to get one of the breaks back. No, she's yet to hold serve. It's a whole other can of worms. Just see if we can stop the momentum here of the top seed if you're Snohan. Just long on that backhand, so we're back to deuce.
One adjustment I've noticed that I would like to see from Snohan is almost taking some air off the forehand until she gets one that she can really go after. She's trying to play very physical tennis, going after all the forehands, but some of them are just not there to hit.
I believe that was a double bounce there. So it'll be a game point chance for the top seed. Yeah, you feel like that inside-in forehand, she connected on it, but that's the one that's just a tough ball to connect on with consistency.
Yeah, if you're not there and you're not able to get a good solid contact on the ball, you're also just using up a lot of energy within the point. trying to swing out of your shoes and go for it. That's where playing within yourself a bit more. We saw that on that point. Just a good, solid approach to the Kim Dabin backhand and generates an error.
Court well spread from Kim Dabin there. You see again, the word I come up with, no one massages a forehand. It feels like quite like Kim Dabin. It's just so, again, you can see the shape she creates on the ball with every swing. Sprayed wide, and so another break point chance here for Snow Han. And again, 4-1 scoreboard 30 minutes into this match. It's just getting physical. So Han gets the break. Now comes the tougher side of the equation, holding serve for Snow Han. She's yet to do it so far in our first set. But that was better patience throughout the course of that last service game. So we'll see if she's able to sustain that here. See if there's any adjustment from Kim Dabin.
Now we see again,
yeah, they're piling up, aren't they?
From Kim Dabin. Uncharacteristic, letting Snow Han, giving her a new opportunity here in this first set.
Yes. You love to see the tweener attempted, but that right there, epitomizing the athletes we have on hand for today's match. Snow Han able to effectively utilize that drop shot. Good wheels to track down the Kim Dabin response as well. Now she's got her first 3 game points since the opening game on serve. All right. Snohan responds. 2 games for our number 5 seed. 4-1's become 4-3 here. And as we pull up the stats for our match thus far, I mean, obviously the number is not going to look good on serve for either of our players. And as you can see on our screen, they currently don't. Both players making over 64% of their first serves, but Kim Dabin, 13 for 28, under 50% on serve. Han, 8 of 22. Now, she did just scrape out her first hold, but Kim Dabin here, 4-3 lead BK. Anything you want to see her get back to?
For Kim Dabin, I think she just lost the plot there a little bit. A few more errors than we're used to seeing. I like the variety that Snohan started to employ, being a little bit more patient in the points. We saw her hitting her way out of the points to get down 4-1. Definitely steadied the ship. We saw those first 2 games really were anyone's games, and that's what we're expecting to see a little bit more, just longer rallies, patient, both allowing their athleticism to show off.
We'll see here. Kim Dabin still ahead on the scoreboard, by the way. Yes, Snohan has wrestled away the momentum, but you're right. Those first 2 games tell the script, and in both of those service games, in case you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn here. Snohan started out down 30-40, played about a 3-deuce game that ultimately went the way of Kim Dabin. Kim Dabin then broke in reciprocal fashion in her opening service game. It's been that sort of back and forth ever since. That ball right there has really decided the outcome of each point. When Snohan connects on that inside-in forehand, she's found herself in winning positions. Too frequently we've seen that forehand end up in the net or long. Double faults continue to pile up here. 425-year-old Kim Dabin, her 4th of the match there.
Excellent feel on the lob there from Snohan.
Snohan feeling herself now, the 20-year-old making her charge. 2 break point chances to make it 3 straight games and to level this match at 4 apiece. So 3 rough games for Kim Dabin, where we see that forehand beginning to spray for her. That's the first time we've seen it over these past 2 days and really all week here at this Lakewood Open. But Snohan will take it. And with it, she's leveled this match at 4 apiece. Now, again, 8 games up. 6 of our games have been breaks of serve. Effective dropper. I mean, Snohan has flipped the script. Like, now it's all clicking. That's why we said it earlier. Those early misses have paid dividends now.
Yeah, you're seeing her find her range a little bit more. I like the aggressiveness. It's easier to dial back the aggression than it is to pick it up.
Snohan. Explain that for our listeners, though, because I think I know what you mean, but to be honest, I don't. Why is it easier to slow down the aggression than speed it up?
So when you're moving forward, moving aggressively, proactively, looking for the shots, it's easier to then control the pace a little bit more, bring your margins in, add a little bit more spin and rotation to give yourself safety. When you go from playing passively and reactive to now trying to go for it and move the needle multiple notches on the aggressive meter,
sure,
then you start getting out of balance. You're rushing, kind of your upper body starts trying to do more of the work. You're not in sync with your feet. It has a lot more to do with the feet and the aggression and proactivity with the feet.
Ooh. Exceptional. That's a really difficult point to duplicate, and that's the sort of pressure Han is putting on Kim Dabin right now.
Great movement from Han there. He saw just side to side, but also impressive patience from Kim Dabin, understanding she was in control at that point, not trying to do too much and overhit, just enough to keep stretching Han a little bit more with each ball. Incredible angle from Snohan there. Finding that ability on the forehand, shorten the court.
It is all Snow Han. 4 consecutive games for the 20-year-old. Now she finds herself 1 game away from the first set. Of course, we here at Cracked Rackets have been so fortunate to catch all of the action at this USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. We've given you the numbers each and every week. Last season, from May to September, there were 11 ITF USTA Pro Circuit events found in the United States. During that same time span, there were 109 in Europe. Obviously quite the disparity, and to be able to narrow that gap at all here this year with the 6 SoCal Pro Circuit events we had, I mean, a testament to the support we've gotten from people like the Kleags, the Crabels, obviously Wilson, who, as we discussed, you could argue the prime of Wilson has been better than the prime of a Federer, of a Serena. To be associated with a brand like that, just exceptional stuff, Bradley Klahn. And again, if we're going to grow this sport at the grassroots level here in the United States, if we're going to get American tennis back to where it was in those glory days of the 90s, or in this post-Serena Williams era, probably starts at events like these.
Certainly, it's all about providing opportunities for these young players to gain experience at this level, play a bunch of matches, work their way up the ranking, and give themselves a little bit of a taste of what the professional tour is like.
I'll ask you, you were 17 years old back in 2007. Sorry for giving away the year there, when you played Lester Cook in your first pro circuit event. Only played 2 matches that year at the pro level, but I'm curious. Finally see Kim Dabin here with a lead on the scoreboard. That backhand sails long. What'd you gain from that experience? What does playing on the pro circuit provide a young player like a Han, or the countless others we've seen over the past 6 weeks?
I think motivation, seeing that level, understanding your strengths and weaknesses, where you need to improve, just getting a little bit of a taste of what it is you're chasing after. For me, I knew I was already committed to Stanford, going to school. Had every intention at that point of staying all 4 years and earning my degree. So it was a nice, relaxed way to get a taste of the pro tour. And at that point, say I played a professional tournament.
Where was that Futures? I'm curious.
Irvine Racket Club.
So it was in California?
Yeah. So I played my first 2 were in California at Irvine and Laguna Niguel.
Ah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
They used to have, I forget the guy's name on YouTube. It was where I saw Jeff D'Adamo play for the first time, and I was like, okay, this is who this human is. Oh man, where were those Futures events? It's gonna bother me.
In Southern California?
I think so.
Costa Mesa Tennis Center?
That's exactly what it was, Costa Mesa. Yeah.
My first pro title, Costa Mesa.
Love that. The drop shot's working now. And we did see Kim Dabin hold 4-5 all. But momentum firmly in the hands of Snow Han, it feels like.
Nice job from Kim Dabin there to steady the ship. Lost 4 straight games, so a really crucial hold just to build a little bit of confidence there. But, yeah, you see the Snow Han variety starting to be on full display.
I would also point out she's used the drop shot, as you alluded to early on, BK, and she's used it effectively today.
It's a great play when your opponent is so far back in the court, just essentially retrieving.
Double fault 4-15 all. I do wonder, again, the heightened importance of this first set, certainly with Kim Dabin racing out to the lead that she did, would sting a little bit should she drop this first. But I think this first set has become that much more important to Han, BK. The reason I say that, you do all that work, right, from 4-1 down, accumulate all this momentum. Were she to blink here at the end of the set, you just feel like, again, wasted energy.
Yeah, you expend so much energy and just the tension, playing from behind, a little bit of the panic, getting down early, and we saw the air. So just to get back, sometimes you can see a player relax once they get their nose in front again. So important for Snow Han to really keep her foot down here and maintain that momentum.
The drop shots everywhere. Call her Carlos Alcaraz. Just so effective right now, BK. All about the drop shot right now for Snow Han, taking advantage of that Kim Dabin court positioning. Got a little trickier. Seemed to have both of our players clicking at the same time for the first time in this match. And as such, the tennis has gotten good. 6-5 for the 5 seed Snow Han, who, if we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, let's bring that graphic back up again. Snow Han has not dropped a set today. Throughout the course of this week. The 20-year-old Han certainly having so much success here on the SoCal Pro Circuit, back into the top 1,000 of the WTA rankings. Career high 752 came back prior to her leaving to college, but as you can see, for Snow Han, who knocked off Ya Yang, back on the University of San Diego's campus, week 2 of this SoCal Pro Circuit. And what a jump for the redshirt sophomore, who dealt with so many injuries in 2021. Had to serve underhand at portions of this 2022 season as well. Now finds herself one good return game away from a set lead here at the Lakewood Open. Guessed right. Great anticipation there, and that's the guess. You know Kim Dabin prefers that inside out.
Yeah, you can tell just the way she hits the stroke. She's not as comfortable coming around the outside of the ball.
I just have to say again, shout out to whoever gave Snohan the scouting report last night. It's worked.
You see Kim Dabin trying to take a page out of the Snohan playbook with the drop shot, but the court positioning there, where she's trying to play the shot, you can sense her frustration. We'd say that's a little bit of a bailout, not wanting to stay in the point.
Now we're talking. Again, for the first time really since those first two games of the match, it does feel like both players have raised their level. It is Championship Sunday, the grand finale of this 6-week SoCal Pro Circuit. We're getting the tennis we deserve.
That is a clutch backhand return from Snohan to set up a pair of set points.
And the forehand's been the moneymaker, but that backhand has sneaky pop. She's been great off of that wing today. That's the ending we deserve. Snohan flashing the athleticism, the touch, and ultimately flashing a smile on her face as she takes the opening set 7-5. Bradley Klahn, she was down 4-1 in set number 1. Takes 6 of the last 7 games. That was a damn good set of tennis.
Yeah, we saw maybe a little bit of nerves, maybe overhitting early in that first set from Snohan. She played more within herself. We saw her rely on her legs there towards the later stages of that first set. Made Kim Dabin try and go for a little bit more. We could see the frustration mounting from that side of the court. A few more careless errors, wild errors than we'd seen up to date. And Snohan, again, just really showing off that athleticism and pulled out all the tricks there. Brought the drop shot out a little bit more to great effectiveness.
Yeah, and I mean, look, to Snohan's credit, as you see the stats in front of you now, she won 8 of her first 23 points on serve. 8 of her first 23. You look at the numbers for her now, still a little bit below 50%, right? 16 of 33, but has worked her way back on serve, continues to pepper in first serves. Meanwhile, again, for Kim Dabin, and we've alluded to this throughout the course of this SoCal Pro Circuit, but what separates players at this ITF level, perhaps from those players competing at the grandest stages of the game, it's the ability to generate free points for oneself easily, the weapons, the serve, the +1 forehand. Obviously, the numbers on serve indicate both of these players. Don't think they would be described as elite servers at this point, but it feels like for Snohan, whether it's the drop shot, the on-the-run magic, she's just been more effective at generating offense. As we see here, Snohan will serve first. On the far side of your screen to open set 2.
Yeah, for Kim Dabin, it's really important for her to steady herself down, use that athleticism, find more forehands that she can hit to big parts of the court and gain some of that rhythm back. Really starting to see the errors pile up.
I mean, now it's just disrespectful. Drop shot after drop shot, creating opportunities. Kim Dabin went tweener last time. This time she goes for the around-the-shoulder swinger. Got to admire the creativity, if nothing else.
Just the start you're looking for if you're Snohan. Building on that momentum from the first set, ripping off 6 of the last 7 games to close out that first set. And immediately a quick hold to love. Holds were few and far between in the first set, and really important to put that pressure right back on the Kim Dabin serve.
So Snohan opens the one love hold, and it's just been a different Snohan for these past 30 minutes here. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn been fortunate to be on the call from the start. Let's turn to the 25-year-old now, Kim Dabin, who yesterday was just so effective, spreading the court, displaying patience in what was ultimately a straight set victory over Martina Akalova.
You see the ball kid drop the ball there in the middle of the point.
Did he?
Credit to the ball kid for grabbing that ball quickly before anybody else could notice. No hindrance.
It's just good, clean living.
Oh, Snohan is just everywhere on the court, but can't quite reach that last forehand. You've seen how hard Kim Dabin is having to work for each point as we get deeper into this match.
So Kim Dabin gets the hold. Perhaps employing a little Taylor Swift here, trying to shake it off as she looks towards this second set. Certainly a couple of freebies handed to her there from Han. But this is where you'd love to see Kim Dabin maybe step into the court here. Why not try to take a few bigger cuts on the return of serve?
You mentioned taking some bigger cuts. Anytime you get a server that's just complacent to spin the serve and start the point, really need to make them feel the pressure, like they have to do more. So how far Kim Dabin let that return drop before she hit the forehand? Nohan definitely starting to play with more and more of the confidence that we've seen on display over these 6 weeks.
Such a stark contrast from the first 5 games. These players now cruising in their service games, BK, just cruising. Easy service game for Snohan, Bradley Klahn.
3 straight holds to love to start our second set.
What happened? Where are we? Yeah, this is a change of pace, certainly. Over these past 15 minutes, Snohan now 7-5, 2-1 lead here in our women's singles final. So I ask you, an hour, 10 minutes into this match, BK, we've seen the script unfold. Early on, Snohan's forehand was a little bit awry. She slowed things down, playing with such better margin here. Do you expect to see any dramatic adjustments from Kim Dabin, or is it just going to be simply, again, whose legs are going to hold up longer in this final?
No, I'd like to see Kim Dabin try and get to net a little bit, dare I say. We haven't seen how comfortable she is up there. But if Snohan is going to be just using her athleticism back behind the baseline and kind of flipping the script from what we saw in the first 5 games where Kim Dabin was able to just use her athleticism, let Snohan try and go for too much. Now we're seeing the opposite. So she has to play within herself, take her opportunities, and try and bring Snow-Han in a little bit as well. Do a little bit of trying to attack on her terms and also bringing Snow-Han in on Kim Dabin's terms. Again, good angle from Snow-Han, finding that inside of the ball. See just how effective she is when she's able to hit that inside-out forehand, shorten the court, exposing Kim Dabin's court positioning.
Han missed that long, right?
Kim Dabin missed it long.
Okay, I was going to say the previous one was long. Yeah, that's what I wanted to make, because I was going to say the slow play didn't make sense. I was like, it didn't look out.
Oh, did she influence the call there?
Ugh. Had the ball she wanted. That's the ball Han's been so effective with, that change of direction forehand. Whether it be down the line, cross court, just not quite able to get enough lift under it. So we're back to deuce. Yeah, let's go back to deuce. That forehand return is just it's not the pace so much as the depth, BK.
You need both.
No, just wide?
Just wide. She had what she wanted. She's hit that backhand return so effectively in this match. Just couldn't quite steer it.
Now, all of a sudden, it's a game point chance here for Kim Dabin. Certainly, she's holding on. Snohan had a chance. Kim Dabin closes the door. And now we're back to the pace we expected. Tricky service game. Dabin hits her spot well for 2-all.
Kim Dabin trying to take a page out of the Snohan playbook with the drop shot, but see how much loft she gave that. A little too much air under the ball. Gives Han a great opportunity to get up to that and have her pick of placement.
It's a definitive out call from our lines person there. I appreciate it. If you're going to be in the role, embrace it. Give me some gusto when you're making a call. We certainly got it there for 30 love.
We love the passion. That's what we want to see out
Love
there.
the passion. Perfectly put. Fans certainly know my opinion, as I've stated over the past 6 weeks here. I think every player at some point in their career, pro, college, junior, should be forced to line judge a match. The moment you do that, you will never disrespect an umpire or a lines person again. You'll be like, oh man, this really is impossible. We see another love hold for Snohan. So she takes a 7-5, 3-2 lead. You agree with me, BK? Disagree?
That would be difficult. I mean, it's hard to disagree. It's get a new perspective. I've said for a while, just looking at the ATP tour, my experiences, I think every player should have to shadow the tournament director and tournament staff for half a day, just to get an understanding. You can take that to line, the chair umpires, marketing, operations, the referee, just whoever, just to get a different understanding, a more well-rounded understanding of what it takes to put on these events, as we see our sponsors here.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I would say it also should have to be on day 1 or 2 of the tournament when there's 70 matches on the grounds. And I really like that idea. And man, I would love it to be you're in the shadowing role and not playing that day, but you have to stay on the grounds for as long as the tournament director is there, because then when it's match 8 of the day, you're like, oh my God, there's another one of these matches. You're never going to complain about anything again. You realize the effort that's put into behind the scenes by people like you see on your screen, the ITF, USTA, Southern California Tennis Association Foundation. We talked about this yesterday. All those committees that meet and make those important decisions. Just a massive thank you to all of them. As we see again, Han returning behind our sponsors now. 3-2 lead.
Yeah, I think it would be a hard sell to make a player do that the day before a match, just staying, a full day. But I do think it's imperative that we give the players on tour a more well-rounded understanding of, even before the tournament, going out, recruiting sponsors, everything that goes into the tournament. The prize money doesn't come out of thin air. I can tell you that.
No doubt about it. As again, we see the action returning to our court. Going to get those sponsors down for you momentarily. Do apologize about that. Snohan opening up another opportunity for herself. Had multiple break point had the single break point chance, but pushed Kim Dabin in her last service game. Now love 40 here, as we saw a couple of early errors. I suppose you didn't see it, but behind those sponsors, we saw them.
Impressive from Snohan to be able to put that game behind her, had those break opportunities we talked about, get her third love hold of this set alone, and just right back to work.
Two good serves from Kim Dabin. Certainly, again, we saw her miss a backhand down the line. Backhand return, by the way, in her last break point chance. Missed the backhand down the line on the ad side there for 15-40. 30-40 here. For 4-2 Snohan. She has seized control of this match, capturing 10 of the last 13 games, hitting all of the corners right now, BK.
Yeah, she's locked in.
Exactly. So with that in mind, what's the focus down the stretch?
The biggest thing is not getting too far ahead of yourself. You can sense that title's on the line, but it still has to be business as usual.
Brilliant forehand from Snohan. Did she miss it? Or did that land good? We'll see when our scoreboard updates. It landed good, so Kim Dabin goes wide for 15 love, and certainly it's a good day for USC tennis fans. Let me explain why. Love here for Snohan. Will be a redshirt sophomore at USC next season. If you were to make a short list of your best college tennis players of the 21st century, particularly on the men's side, Stevie Johnson, your unequivocal number 1. Somdev Devarman, probably unequivocal number 2. But Stevie Johnson today, fellow USC Trojan, capturing the Newport men's doubles title with another guy who would be on that short list, Will Blumberg, the only 10-time All-American in college tennis history, going back-to-back in Newport. In that doubles competition, him and Stevie again today, a straight set victory. So USC already one pro title on the board today. Snow Han now 1 point away from being one game away from making it 2. Oh! That's why you build the 40-love lead.
That is the first point Snow Han has lost on serve in this second set. Why not go for the forehand when you're feeling it, a set in 4-2?
Double fault for Snow Han. Absolute insanity. She lost 15 of her first 23 points on serve. She's lost 3 points now. Excuse me, 2 points on serve here in set 2. Just remarkable. Can she consolidate the break here? One more shot to do so. Not yet. Never look ahead. And that 40-love forehand casually sprayed wide on the +1 ball. That's the one you're probably thinking about still. Why did I go for that? Now all of a sudden 40-loves become deuce.
Again, we see time and time again, just building that lead. It's done such a great job ripping off this stretch, and then the nerve starts coming to play. You're so close to the finish line. It's so important to just stay to the same game plan.
Not yet.
Oh, just catches the back with that forehand.
I mean, again, sometimes better to be lucky than good. Back of the line for Snow Han sends us back to deuce. But another forehand sails long. So those same forehand errors that piled up in the first 5 games of this match disappeared for the past hour. They've reemerged at perhaps the worst possible moment for Snow Han, who was up 40-love in this game. Now faces a second break point. Oh, just lands good. I got nervous. Snow-Han got nervous.
Oh, you could feel the tension.
But there again, for as proactive as Han is with her feet in finding that forehand, that backhand down the line was money.
It was a phenomenal shot from where she was in the court.
And the scoreboard down break point there to go for that ball, that shot.
Gutsy.
Gutsy stuff indeed.
Another air from Han. You're seeing the feet just slowing down a touch. She doesn't have that same fluidity with the movement as she's got up 40 love. A couple of loose airs, and you can feel the tension creeping in now. Another air from Han, and just like that, Kim Dabin back from the brink.
And so we play on back on serve. Kim Dabin, 2-4, 40 love down. Top seed now gets the break back 4-3-4. And again, that's really the first blink we've seen in an hour from Snow-Han, who saw the forehand errors pile up. How does she recover from, again, I guess who's in a tougher spot here mentally? Snow-Han, who just had that lead and is still up on the scoreboard, but saw that lead dissipate, or a Kim Dabin, BK, who is down 7-5, 4-3 in the final, not where you want to be. What's the tougher scenario?
It's interesting because you would think Kim Dabin, still down a set and a break, hasn't been able to hold serve that easily. We've seen over the course of this match. But if you're Snow-Han, it's really hard to put that behind you. You could smell the championship trophy, and it was in your sights, serving 7-5, 4-2, 40 love, and really hadn't lost a point on serve to that point. And then we saw the airs creep in. So I would argue it's harder for her to put that behind her, but very important for her to remind herself she's still in the lead. She's still firmly in control of this match.
Hadn't seen it in a while. Back to the comfort zone with the drop shot is Snow-Han. And again, couldn't have put it better myself. This is why it's such a pleasure to have Bradley Klahn with us on our broadcast. Top 100 player, has been in these scenarios before. For Snow-Han, talk about the ideal first point for her after seeing that 40 love lead dissipate in her last service game. Well, I can't believe she made that return. She played it from her chest. But ultimately, again, the depth on that return of serve causing all sorts of troubles for Kim Dabin. And credit to the 20-year-old Snow-Han, who won a pro title just 5 weeks ago. She's recentered herself, BK, and now she's got 3 break points.
She did a great job moving aggressively forward on that drop shot, selling it well, like she was going to hit that forehand with the authority we've seen at the last minute, carving under.
Well, let's have ourselves a day. Snow Han gonna put her hands on her knees as if to say, how is that backhand volley the shot that I missed?
Those are the toughest ones. I know it looks like it's the simplest shot, but that's the one that you relax on. So keep that intensity all the way through the point.
Still 2 more break point chances. Just saw what happened in our last service game with 40 love.
A donation there. Costly one at that.
With that double fault. Fifth of the match. Excuse me, not double, but again, with the error, it is now Snow Han. 1 game away, BK. So let's try this again.
Serving with new balls to close out this match.
Another astute observation. Every 7 games, right?
At Futures, it's after the first 9, and then every 11 after that. The ATP WTA level, first 7, and every 9 after that.
Yeah.
Nothing better when you're going up to the line to serve out a title, showing the opponent some new pellets.
I just love the fact that they're like, all right, let's go 11 games. That feels about right. Very scientific.
College, every set, new
Yes.
cam.
So 15 love, the new ball perhaps. Requiring a little more racket speed. Sails on Kim Dabin, 3 points away. Is Snow Han from title number 2.
What a point from Kim Dabin, tracking down that drop shot off the net. Incredible placement deep in the corner. Showing she's not going down without a fight here.
Ay, 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 ay. Snow Han, just, again, uncharacteristic. Unforced errors in these past 2 service games have put her now in a position where she faces 2 more break points. Kim Dabin a chance to extend this match. And we play on. Kim Dabin. Break back. 4-4-5. Look at the stats from this match. Both players over 70% threshold. I believe Snohan just slipped to 69% in her first serve percentage. But again, Dabin Kim's faced 14 break point chances in this match. Hans faced 8. They're having a particular amount of success saving those break points. But in these last 3 service games for Kim Dabin, BK, we've seen Snohan open up 2 love 40 leads. Worked Kim Dabin in that 3rd service game as well. Had a break point chance, just wasn't ultimately able to convert. But it's twice now she's gotten the break only to be broken immediately back.
Yeah,
anything you want to see here?
You can feel the tension trying to serve out a final, and she's won 1 title here. She's already been in this position, but still there's always those nerves that come into play, especially as you get closer to the finish line. She can draw confidence from the fact that she's been in every one of these service games of Kim Dabin, breaking the last 2. And that was a tight start from Kim Dabin. 2 serves in that lower third of the net, just not accelerating. Can see the wind picking up a little bit over there. Makes it that much more important to get those little adjustments, keep that feet moving.
Loose game. No doubt about it from Snohan. And the gift to open the game has returned that gift in favor. These past 3 points, now 40-15 game point chances for Kim Dabin. Send us to 5-all. Not yet. Big return winner down the line from Snohan. We play on. 5-5. Set number 2, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn. Of course, coming up next, our men's singles final. Pondworth. 22-year-old Floyd Angel. Match will start about 10 to 15 minutes after the conclusion of this one, whether that be in straights or 3 sets. It's more like it. For Snohan dictating once again with the forehand, gave herself more margin to attack on those forehands. So now all All of the sudden, 15-love here as she faces a little bit of pressure on the scoreboard for the first time since she trailed 4-1 in the opening set. Defense.
Good reply from Snohan here. Can be really difficult. Losing those opportunities. We talked about just games she had at 4-2 serving and having some of these looks to close out the match. And now you have to reset. You're right back in the heat of the battle. 5-all. The set is still up for grabs. Really important. She's done a great job to start this service game.
Pulse wide off the racket. So game point chances here for Han, who, other than when leading by a break, has served excellently in this second set. Snohan back on the board. 6-5 lead. She stays in front, but we've seen whenever she's been in this position, up 4-3 a break of serve, she was broken.
Another love hold on serve for Snohan. That's 4 love holds in this second set. But as you mentioned, we've seen the difficulties when she's been able to get up a break. The good news for her, breaking serve here. The match is over.
So we've talked about the Snohan side of things. As we look towards Kim Dabin here, who, let's be clear, just held from 4-5 down, did so pretty comfortably to extend this match to 5-all. The 25-year-old competing in her 8th Pro Circuit final. First since 2019, though. What do you want to see from her in this service game?
Yeah, I think she really has to stay within herself. Recognize that Snohan's had difficulties trying to close out this match and use that to her advantage. Play aggressive to big targets. Rely on some of that experience. I know it's been a while. It's hard. You haven't been in a final in so long, but that experience is still in there.
Double fault for love 15. That goes long off the racket. No, now.
see what the wind is doing. Kim Dabin forced to go to that slice forehand, just willing the ball in the court there. Couldn't quite do enough.
So now championship points for 20-year-old Snow Han. Double fault number 9, not the way you'd like this match to end, but 20-year-old Snow Han, Bradley Klahn, went 16-4. 16-4 over the course of our 6 weeks of SoCal Pro Circuit action. She captures her second title of the series, 7-5, 7-5 victory over 25-year-old Kim Dabin. What a 6 weeks for Snow Han.
You mentioned it. She was the only girl with a chance to win 2 titles during this 6-week series, and she does it in remarkable fashion, coming back from that slow start, down 4-1 in the first. A lot of errors. Seemed to hit her way out of the match. We thought, is Kim Dabin just going to be able to stay steady and allow Snow Han to play herself out? And she completely righted the ship, calmed herself down, played within herself, actually forced Kim Dabin to go for more than she was expecting to. We saw the drop shot come into play and saw a little bit of nerves creep in there at the end, but ultimately she's stayed strong and got it done in 2 sets.
And so for 20-year-old Snow Han will move into the top 900 with her second pro title. Again, 16-4 over 6 weeks of play. Somewhere USC women's tennis head coach Allison Swain is offering up a mighty smile to everyone surrounding her. Snow Han, 7-5, 7-5. With that said, going to take a quick 10-minute break here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast. Of course, we still have another final to come. Going to be a fun one, folks, as Nate Pondworth, the 24-year-old former standout player at both Georgia and Arizona State. He's going to be taking on 6'9", big serving 22-year-old Jamie Floyd Angel. That match coming up again in about 10 minutes. So we're going to take a quick break, reset everything, make sure our cameras are set, but don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back momentarily with our continued Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Welcome back, everyone, to our Cracked Rackets coverage of the grand finale of the USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin, joined by a champion's champion, NCAA champ, top 100 ATP player, our friend Bradley Klahn. It was USC's Snow Han capturing a hard-fought 7-5, 7-5 victory in our women's singles final, a match that featured a premium on physicality. That's not going to be the case as we look at this men's singles final. Now, of course, it'll still get physical, but it'll be a different brand of physicality here. As you see on the near side of your screen, 24-year-old Nathan Pondworth. Will give you some fun facts on him now. Entered the week 668 in the ATP rankings. With his success this week, he's lifted to a new career high in the live rankings, top 630. Can approach top 600 with a victory here today. Pondworth, 3-set victories in his last 2 wins yesterday. An impressive 4-6, 6-4, 6-4 win over 18-year-old Hudson Rivera. You look for Pondworth here today into the 4th Pro Circuit final of his career. Pondworth, again, was an All-American at Arizona State, standout player at Georgia early in his career as well. What allows the 24-year-old Nathan Pondworth to have success, BK?
Look, yesterday I thought it was his grittiness when it counted, right? He really was able to buckle down late in those sets. I guess, actually in the second set yesterday, he jumped out to the early lead and a little squirrely, a little bit away from him, but it's using the physicality. It's finding the forehand. We've seen him dominate with that forehand inside in. So it's all about setting up the points, finding the forehand, and getting tough, getting gritty, using that physicality.
The pro comp for me is one of his dear friends, Tommy Paul, and Nathan Pondworth was part of that class. Paul, Fritz, Opelka, Tiafo, Kozlov, Mo. That's his peers from his junior days on the USTA Pro Circuit. But look, it's a different sort of test today for Nathan Pondworth. Yesterday was a physical affair against Hudson Rivera. Today, going to be a completely different type of test as Pondworth comes across the 22-year-old, 6'9", big serving Jamie Floyd Angel. You see Floyd Angel, 6'02", entering the week. Be back inside the top 575 with his success this week. Was a 3-set win for him in his last 2 as well. Yesterday earned a 6-love set, was up 6-1, 1-0. A break of serve before Ethan Quinn was able to flip that match on him. Now, ultimately, Floyd Angel able to take the match in a third. 6'9", I think it's pretty obvious what he does well. But BK, what allowed JFA to be so successful yesterday?
As you mentioned, it's the size, it's the serve and the +1. It's that attacking, relentless ability from Floyd Angel. We saw it just put Ethan Quinn on his heels for those first 7 games, continuing to attack the second serve. I think it's going to be very important for him to put pressure on the Nathan Pondworth second serve. Look to keep moving forward. We've seen, you mentioned how physical the match was with Nathan Pondworth yesterday against Hudson Rivera. He's also played the doubles yesterday as well. A lot of tennis for him. It's going to be a different physical test. Certainly physical, but not in necessarily the way of long grinding points, just quick, explosive movements to counteract the power of Floyd Angel.
Pondworth serving first. The forehand goes awry. So love 15 we saw yesterday. And I'm just going to call him JFA. I think that's the simplest way here. JFA got off to such a quick start against Ethan Quinn. Was taking the return early on the rise. Winning free points behind his first serve. For a guy his size, BK, those ground strokes so condensed.
Yeah, I really like the compact nature on the backswing. Probably have to say it reminds me of looking at players who grew up on those fast indoor courts in Europe. And shaky start here for Pondworth. 3 first serves, but not really doing much with them, allowing JFA to get good hits on those first 2.
I like this, though. You're in on JFA. That works for you?
Works for me.
There's one thing Brad Gilbert gets right. A good nickname goes a long way.
I'll go back and forth.
I thought it went into the net. It did not, and I say it all the time on our Cracked Rackets podcast. It's the era of the big man. Medvedevs, Zverevs, Hachinovs, Tsitsipas's, FAAs of the world. You almost have to be 6'4" or taller to get into the dance club. And right now, JFA breaks at love to start. And we look again for JFA. Been a pretty successful year on the ITF circuit. 16-10 overall, playing in just his 4th Pro Circuit final, first of the 2022 season for him. Pondworth, of course, reached his 3rd final a couple of weeks ago in San Diego. Lost that final. Tough 3-set match to Duarte Valle. But JFA continuing the strong starts. He'll serve here up 1-love already in our men's singles final.
It's a little bit of just the shock treatment for JFA on, we saw it yesterday against Ethan Quinn and again today against Nathan Pondworth. Just putting them on their heels right from the first point on that return. You have to be so ready to go, especially when you're playing a big hitter. There's no time to work your way into the match. Feel the physicality.
I said this on yesterday's broadcast. I'll say it again. I'm buying all the JFA stock.
What's the price up to today?
Big bump last night. Overnight trading good for JFA stockholders. Share doubled in price as he makes a 4th pro final. It just comes very easy. It doesn't feel like anything's forced. I don't see a lot of moving parts, as you discussed. Everything's compact. And just again, in the modern day, 2 things. A, what are you going to do to win points easily? B, how do you minimize your own weaknesses? I think he does both of those things fairly well.
Listen, when you have that serve,
yeah,
it makes life much easier all around, frees you up on the return games, and we've seen that freedom early on here. 8 points to love to start this match.
And it's actually 20-0 skunk is the rule in Pro Circuit finals. Much like a perfect game in baseball, though, after the 8-point threshold, you no longer allude to it. So we'll see Nate Pondworth. How does he respond to the slow start here? Love to. I mean, not much he can do. Laced backhand, inside in, much like we saw with Snowhan moments ago. When that return is just hit at your feet, you don't have many options. He's on the board. Backhand return sailed long, so it's 15-all now. And again, it's so quick in this match, but that's how JFA operates. Yesterday's match, 3 sets with Ethan Quinn, under 2 hours.
Yeah, and if I'm Nathan Pondworth, I know I won that point. The return sailing long, but even that return scares me. Just his ability to get free swings at returns and start the point on his terms. Pondwood's going to have to do more with this first and second serve. You see, it's just a much different level of play when you're hitting that first ball on your back foot. Watch Pondwood, his first reaction off the serve is a step back. It's not the position you're looking for on your own serve.
Just good clean living right now. For the second consecutive day, JFA has come out firing. The 22-year-old now breakpoint chances for a quick double break 3-love lead. I mean, again, we're 7 minutes into this match, BK. What a start.
Thanks, everyone, for your voices. Sorry, sir.
Double break. 3-love JFA. I don't know what to say, BK. Tough start for Pondworth, but I mean, again, he's making every return, all but one.
Yeah, you see the pressure that Pondworth is under. He's not getting any free points on the serve. The first serve is not hurting JFA at all. He's getting good, clean hits on each return, getting himself into the point. Now, all of a sudden, Pondworth is on his back foot. I mentioned this a few points ago. When you're on your back foot, constantly on your own serve, it can bring on a level of panic that you're not used to, especially with the weapons that a lot of the men have. It's serve +1. That's the way the game is played today. Serve +1. How can I attack off that first ball and use the serve to set up? Now, all of a sudden, Pondwood's not getting any opportunity to attack, and he's in complete reaction mode. JFA is getting full swings and really able to do what he wants right now.
And you've alluded to this. It's just such a different matchup than you had yesterday against Hudson Rivera, who moves the ball well around the court but doesn't overwhelm you with any one particular thing. That's the antithesis of JFA, who's going to go big, take his chances, look to move forward, play big man tennis. He's executing it flawlessly thus far as he approaches the line, serving with a double break 3-love lead. He's lost 1 point in this match so far.
So Pondworth is out of the skunk zone, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so we play on.
One thing for Pondworth here, when you're playing a big hitter like JFA, so important to match the energy and intensity in and out of the corners, match the pace of the ball that's coming into you.
Double fault there. He'll happily accept the gift. And to your point on that energy, yesterday we saw Nathan Pondworth 3-4 in the third set. Didn't like an overrule. It energized him. He didn't drop a game the rest of the match. Just looking for that, dare I say, inciting incident sounds too provocative, but just looking for some sort of flame, some sort of spark, something for him to just get himself going here. We haven't seen it yet.
That's where you have to create your own spark. Looking for any source of motivation.
Can I give the counter, which is obvious? And I believe that ball landed good for 30-15. If it didn't, the point still holds. How has he won his 3 points in this match? Backhand return miss, double fault miss, +1 forehand miss. Not exactly inspirational.
Not at all. Not on his terms.
Yeah. But he'll take 2 double faults in the game, and We saw this with JFA yesterday against Ethan Quinn. Even in winning a 6-4 third set, he had a double break lead and kind of blinked for a moment, threw in a couple of double faults, a loose +1 as he has in this game here. That'll happen. Can Pondworth capitalize on these break points? The answer is yes.
Excellent return from Pondworth. Leaned on that well. That's really the first point we've seen Pondworth win that he actually earned. He went after that break point. Let's see if he can gather some of that momentum.
Dare we say, is that the spark?
Tough start, 10 minutes in, down double break 3-0, but got one back. Still a lot of time left in this first set.
All right, not the response you want if you're Nathan Pondworth there. Double fault, although again, I do think he was trying to go for a bit more on that serve. I think he has also realized the cookie cutter serve on the first or the second just not going to get the job done. Nice movement on the +1 ball. Finally, to your point, a couple points being played on Pondworth's terms. They are 4-15 all. You look for Nathan Pondworth in his career, and shout out to our friends at Tennis Abstract for providing this sort of information. According to them, he's only played one player 6'4" or taller in his career. Now that may be a little bit off. Certainly there are some practice sessions with Riley Opelka in his past. Second double fault in this game makes it 15-30. Now again, shout out to our friends at Tennis Abstract, allows me to look up how many matches Bradley Klahn has played in his career against players 6'4" or taller.
Yes.
According to the website, it says you've played 24 matches against players 6'4" or taller. You're shaking your head to indicate that sounds about right. A third double fault. I mean, tough service game for Nate Pondworth. And the reason I bring this stat up, A, can you guess your record in those 24 matches? B, what is it like when you're facing that sort of test?
I'm going to guess 14-10. How far off am I?
Backhand in the net for 30-40. Very good guess. We go Price is Right rules here. So if you're over, you're disqualified. You're slightly over. 12-12 overall in those 24 matches, but a very good guess. As we see again, Nate Pondworth fighting off the first two break point chances here.
Yeah, but to answer your question, it's so difficult because the match is less on your terms and you're having to react to what the opponent's doing much more, especially for someone who likes to dictate the points. All of a sudden you're playing a little bit more retriever and there's less rhythm, especially on your return games. We talked about this yesterday with Ethan Quinn. You just don't get any rhythm in the return games, and that puts more pressure on your serve game to find that rhythm and to find a hold. And again, we see Pondworth unable to get a hold, donating 3 double faults to the cause, and JFA again with a double break lead.
Yeah, certainly in control here, 4-1 in our opening set. Yeah, I mean, again, when you look for Nathan Pondworth playing in his 4th Pro Circuit final of his career, 2nd here on the SoCal Pro Circuit. He hasn't won a pro title, though, since June of 2019. You just do wonder, again, the pressure you put on oneself in a moment like this. Yeah, at the same time, that pressure amplified by the size, by the speed, the pace at which JFA plays. You look for him reach the quarterfinals back in our Kramer Club LA SoCal Pro Circuit event, was knocked off by Brandon Holt. Actually won the first set 6-love against Holt as well, before dropping the second set 7-6 and being forced to retire. A lot of 6-0 sets on the resume of JFA. When he plays well, again, the upside quite evident, no pun intended. 4-1 lead for the 22-year-old.
Things can spin away from you so quickly if you're playing an opponent like JFA because of how fast these service games fly by you. Be so diligent and focused with each point. Again, though, Pondworth doing a nice job on the return, keeping himself in this set, doing what he can.
Always helps when you can bail yourself out with the big first serve. So 15 all here. Good ball from JFA, and we talked about this yesterday, the decision Ethan Quinn had to make as a returner. I'll ask you to impart that wisdom upon us once again as we see JFA here serving up 30-15.
I think Pondworth does a nice job of taking returns early and really shortening his swing. Even on the forehand side, normally you don't see that.
Longest point of the match so far. Yes, again, that question of against the big server, standard position, probably not going to do it. Do you go 6 feet behind the baseline? Do you get on top of the baseline? What do you see here in this one for Pondworth?
I think you have to stay on top of the baseline. Truthfully, there's not enough room on these courts. You see when some of the pros stand really far back to return serve. I don't realize how far back they are, but the court size on those stadiums, they would be outside the court.
Yeah.
On a court like we have here. And just that ability to stand so far back allows them to take a full swing and let the ball lose some of its velocity. And you can add your own impact to the return. Not the case here. So important to take that as it's rising, try and knock off some of that spin and power that JFA has and really send that back. That's the physicality that we're talking about with Pondworth. It's different than the physicality yesterday, longer points, but the physicality to really knock off the pace on the return.
Second consecutive service game, Nathan Pondworth has at least asked questions of JFA. Now, he did donate a couple of double faults in the last game, but there is some rhythm being developed, at least in the return game of Pondworth. But rhythm gets removed when you can go 116, we'll say, maybe in a 113 out wide there, as JFA was able to do. That angle just opens up more and more for you, the more size you have. And so now game point chance here for 5-1. And honestly, it's been the service games that's been the more difficult of the two thus far. Big wide, big wide. 5-1, JFA.
Really spreading the court nicely.
And you don't always think about the spread happening on the serve, but it does, doesn't it?
It does, and that's really where you gain an advantage. It's not about power as much as can you land that serve short in the box, pull the returner out wide. You think about when you're returning or as you're serving, you want the returner to have to cover as much ground on that side of the court as possible. If you can get them outside of the hash mark and then outside of the doubles alley, just think about how much real estate you have to cover. Makes it really difficult. You have to start leaning one way or the other.
Another double fault for Nathan Pondworth. Again, an example of that pressure you feel staring down the gauntlet of someone 6'9", standing on top of that baseline. Double fault number 4 for Pondworth in the match. Another love 15 start on serve. Now love 30. Again, JFA just connecting so well on that return of serve. All right, that's something. How nice would an ace feel right now for Nathan Pondworth? Just, again, get some sort of momentum going. Too good. Forehand rocketed at the feet of Nathan Pondworth. Did his best to just try to get that ball back in play, but unable to. And so not only is it another break point chance, it's a set point opportunity here. Nice defense, too. But good patience, physicality from Pondworth. One break point chance fought off. Too good. Liked the action on that drop shot, but as we've alluded to, Nate Pondworth can match athleticism with just about anyone out there on the ATP Tour, and now finds himself back at deuce here as he looks to extend this first set. Perhaps just maybe build a little momentum on serve moving forward in this final. Love the court spread. Consistent depth, consistent aggression. He's inside the baseline for the first time in God knows how long. 8-point chance for Pondworth. JFSA says thank you very much. That's why I'm up 5-1. Might as well try to go big. Double fault number 5, an inopportune moment just when it felt like Pondworth started to build some momentum on serve. Another break point chance here for JFA, another set point chance as well. Pondworth 7 for 23 on serve this set. Again, that's one of those. Well, I'm up 5-1. Let's end with something special, right, BK?
Definitely have a little room to play with. With the JFA serve, I feel fairly confident in a 2-break lead. Opportunity for Pondworth to build some momentum, though. Get a hold. We haven't seen that yet this set. Start to find some rhythm on the serve, and that can pay off for set number 2.
That's exactly it. This game matters more for set 2 than set 1. Words we have not yet said today. Nathan Pondworth holds. Still down 2-5, but has found a little bit of traction here in our men's singles final. And again, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn for what is the final week of what has been an outstanding 6 weeks of competition in the Southern California area. I mean, we hit them all, right? In terms of the events you play, the facilities you get to use, whether it's Rancho Santa Fe, the University of San Diego, the Barnes Tennis Center, Kramer Club, Los Cab. Been about just about everywhere in the SoCal area. And again, to have the opportunity to enjoy each of these facilities, provide these sorts of opportunities, the epitomization of what Southern California tennis is all about, BK.
It really is a trip down memory lane. Seeing all these great venues, so many junior tournaments, just really historic venues in Southern California tennis. And great that the SoCal Pro Circuit and the committee has been able to provide the opportunities for all these players. Talked countlessly over the last few weeks about the importance of adding tournaments in the U.S., providing opportunities for these players to minimize travel expenses, get looks at working their way up the world ranks.
You make that?
I believe that was good.
It's a nice forehand in that case for JFA here, 15 love. It's a fun little tangent here, I suppose, but you play those, as you mentioned, countless events at those same SoCal facilities. I'm sure you see countless faces time after time, week after week at these events as well. My question for you as JFA closes in on set number 1, your biggest rival from your SoCal junior days?
I would have to say in Southern California.
In Southern California.
Probably, right. I would say Thatcher was up there. Steve Johnson and I only played once in juniors. That rivalry didn't build until our college days. We played plenty of doubles together early on, and certainly played more times than you can count on 2 hands in college.
Yeah, I knew the answer wasn't going to be Stevie in the juniors just because, again, he wasn't as good then as he certainly became.
Raymond Sarmiento played Raymond.
I figured he might be a little young. Daniel Nguyen?
Daniel Nguyen played him a handful of times.
Who would have beaten you? I'm trying to think who would have been. I mean, Clay Thompson's a little younger.
A little too young. Danny Moss
Oh.
and Jensen Turner, 2 names.
There's a throwback.
In a while, they were certainly big rivals of mine through the junior Southern California days, and then went on to play at Pepperdine.
Certainly JFA going to have some opportunities to pick up some rivals over the course of his career. These weapons look like they're not going anywhere anytime soon. And just, again, that brand of power tennis he's displayed from the start today and throughout the course of his semifinal victory yesterday, just carrying over. And now JFA 1 set in the bag. He's halfway to a USTA SoCal Pro Circuit title. And, you know, as we've alluded to, these facilities, the memories that are being built in these moments, obviously these opportunities made possible due to the support we get from our friends who helped make this pro tour possible. I would be remiss if on this grand finale day I did not give a shout out to our friend Chris Boyer. He and the other members of the USTA SoCal Pro Circuit Committee, instrumental in ensuring that this action would be broadcast to tennis fans everywhere so that you could all get a look and see how high the quality is at this level. And to me, BK, that's the biggest difference between tennis now and even 5, 10, 15 years ago, certainly as you go through the decades. The guys who are number 1, 2, 3 in the world, they've always been that good. But it's the guys who are ranked 62, 237, 512, even 900s in the rankings. Everyone's just excellent nowadays.
Yeah, you're certainly seeing the depth of tennis continue to grow on both the men's and women's side. If you were to watch guy 200, 250 in the world go out and practice with a top 10 player hitting up the middle, you wouldn't be able to notice much of a difference. That difference really, it comes in the points, comes in the confidence, the construction of the points and the consistency, being able to do it point in, point out, not having those lapses in concentration. So it's all about that decision tolerance. But as you mentioned, just tennis continues to get deeper and deeper.
And we certainly here at Cracked Racquets have reaped the benefits of that fact. Had the opportunity to display against so many fantastic winners, including Snowhan. 20-year-old captured her 2nd SoCal Pro Circuit title our only two-time singles winner. Oh, by the way, and he may be tuning in now, have to give a shout out to Steve Pratt, who of course has been documenting everything that's occurred over these past 3 weeks in LA and does as good a job as anyone highlighting all levels of tennis, not only in the California area, but across these United States. There are countless other names that I'm blanking on right now who deserve shout outs, but to the entire USTA SoCal team, a massive thank you on behalf of our tennis community for putting these events together. With that said, still got one match left to go. It's Nate Pondworth serving down a set. Let's see if he can capitalize on the small bits of momentum he built towards the end of set one.
That forehand caught or not, I'm not sure. It did catch. That is the danger for Pondworth, just spinning that serve in. Playing with fire a little bit, giving JFA a good look at a 1-2 combo on the return.
Good ball.
Like the play from JFA, electing to put more pressure on the Pondworth serve, ripping that return and charging the net. He's a big presence up there, but Pondworth does a really good job staying within himself, playing through JFA. That's a challenge so many players get wrong, is trying to go around the opponent, causing more wide airs.
Response from Pondworth here, and I think the lesson from set number one, complacency against JFA is the kiss of death. You're sitting a second serve short, hitting a floater down the center, he's just going to capitalize on it. So I like the initiative from Pondworth here for 40-15. And even when you do everything right, he'll come up with that. Dips that backhand so low. 40-15 becomes 40-30. Pondworth holds, and for the first time has some sort of lead on the scoreboard. 1-love here in set number two. The emotion from Nate Pondworth as he gets that hold on the board. Any glaring things he can change up in this set, BK?
Like I said, I think on the serve, trying to get a little bit more offensive minded on that serve, looking for that serve +1, trying to get JFA moving a little bit more. He's getting a lot of looks to set his feet and really attack. Had some looks in that game even early. But Pondworth really trying. I think the biggest thing for Pondworth is staying consistent and present each point. We've seen the dips from JFA yesterday, even here, got out to that hot start 3-0, threw in a little bit of a shaky service game. So it's still possible. We've seen the level come in and out.
Always nice to start things there. On the flip side, you're the 22-year-old Frenchman, BK. We talked about this with Snow-Hana as well. I imagine it's just stay present.
Definitely. Still a lot of time to go. He played a great first set, getting that early lead, but really important for him to stay consistent on his serve. We've seen what he can do on the return. I think the biggest thing for him is really focusing on his own serve games and not having those mental lapses on his serve. Great return from Pondworth there. He's really leaning on that forehand nicely. Let's see that short backswing.
And he has clearly made the approach of, I'm taking it early.
Yeah, and he's not getting cheated on his swings either, which is very impressive. You can see physically engaged. I like the...
When you say cheated on your swings, I apologize. What do you mean there?
He's still going after it. You're not seeing him block the returns like we saw yesterday with Quinn, where he was selling out on the backhand, hitting the backhand, but chipping the forehand return. Pondworth is looking to attack on both wings on that return. We see him moving around, trying to find any way to throw off JFA serve.
It's a nice response from the 22-year-old Frenchman. Quick hold on the board for 1-all. Something you'd love to see if you're in the Nathan Pondworth camp right now. An easy hold. Has he hit an unreturnable serve? Not an unreturned serve, an unreturnable. I don't know that he has in this match.
I don't think so. That he seems very complacent to start the point, hit that kicker to the backhand, and go to work from there. And that's a real dangerous play against a guy who attacks like JFA, but also as you work your way up the ranks, have to develop that serve into a weapon.
That's more the rhythm Pondworth wants to play. And I know that's not a free point, but that's an easier point.
See Pondworth looking up at the sun there before each point. Tricky time of day for a righty, so really important for him. Navigating that extra challenge here, really helpful to get those first 2 points, build a little bit of a cushion.
I love that. Tricky time of day for a righty. Did he get there?
He got there.
Oh, man, a little racket clap to acknowledge. Okay, I didn't think you had that speed in you, but as I said, he's the name brand Tommy Paul. Going to go shot for shot athleticism-wise with anyone out there is Nathan Pondworth. That sort of athlete. And gets an easy hold. That's exactly what you want to see if you're in the Nate Pondworth camp. And dare I say, we have a match now. Pondworth is finally starting to find that rhythm, BK.
Yeah, great first 2 service games. Important for him to just keep his nose in front, keep building a little bit of that scoreboard pressure. JFA raced out to that early start. He really hasn't felt any of the pressure. That early double break lead, gave one back and immediately broke right back to increase that double break lead again. And now's the first time, really for Pondworth, your goal is to keep manufacturing holds, finding ways to keep the scoreboard pressure on JFA and bide your time.
So again, Jamie Floyd and Gel, we have referred to as JFA throughout the course of our broadcast here today. God, I always love when I sneak in a good rhyme. Sorry, folks, that was for me. But you talk about what he's been able to do this season. Again, 16-10, if you include his 4 wins this week on the ITF circuit. Reached the semifinals in Monastir, Tunisia at the start of June. Reached the semifinals in Cancun back in February, but a quarterfinal there as well. So really just 4 quarterfinals for him halfway through the season. That said, continues to build his rankings, reapproaching that career high right around 550. And that's sort of, again, I call it the vomit zone, 400 to 550, 600, where you're just like, do I go and try and play challenger qualies? Do I go and play an ITF circuit? It's a tough spot to be in the ranking system, right?
Yeah, I'd argue it goes even a little bit lower from 350, 300. You're on the edge of getting into some of the challengers depending on where you go. It's a really, once you can break inside that 250 mark, if you're playing slam qualies, you're feeling more comfortable. You're getting into challengers, getting those opportunities each week, getting the financial benefit of those 4 slam qualifyings as well. But to that, up until that point, it's a guess. You're making educated guesses on where to play, where the best opportunities are.
And we have a medical timeout right now. On a side note, was wondering what was going on here. Medical timeout called. Looks for like it is for JFA who, oh no, excuse me, it's for Nate Pondworth. JFA getting up. You see Pondworth there. Is it the knee that he seems to be playing with?
Hard to see.
We'll certainly see again as he comes out. Something to keep in mind. Maybe it's a tactical medical timeout? Little, okay, I've got my first hold at love. Let's let you think about that for 3 minutes. Too early for the tactical timeout.
Not a fan of the tactical timeout.
Hey.
And I know they're trying to
Yeah, it's fair. Look, I like a little gamesmanship.
back down on that.
But no, it definitely, again, JFA here. You see already back to the baseline. As Pondworth continues to get treatment. Fascinating little moment here. So you're JFA. Any sort of hesitation? I mean, again, Pondworth sort of grabbed his rhythm here, but you're still feeling pretty good, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. The biggest thing here is just maintaining that rhythm with a longer break, especially when you're going up to serve. I almost like to see him just keep the arm loose, keep that physicality, maybe hitting a few serves. Or it's always a fine line between relaxing and.
I just like in another moment, and Westhoff, mark this here. In a moment of tennis players are just like us. How many of us have been standing at the net waiting for a lesson to start, a hitting session to start, whatever it may be, and you're just hitting the net, you're hitting the ball on one side of the net, hoping it comes back to you. That's
Working
just
that touch. Yeah,
that's classic tennis 101, folks, as we see Nate Pondworth out of the chair. A little jog, Rafa-esque, running back to that baseline. We'll see how he feels here on serve 1-2 in set number 2.
That sun's still going to be an issue for JFA now as well. See how he handles this. Excellent feel there. Does a great job of following that drop shot in, closing the angle that Pondworth has. JFA, such an imposing figure there up at the net. Pondworth again showing off that determination. Love the hustle he's displayed here. A sluggish start in the first set. Really making JFA earn each point. Starting to sink his teeth into this match a bit more. There's just nothing you can do about that serve, though.
Good rally tolerance from Pondworth there. Fun fact for you, BK. That was our first medical timeout of the 6 weeks on our broadcast. So we've been blessed by the tennis gods who are rewarding the intentions of this pro circuit with as much good health as possible. Obviously, as a believer in the tennis gods, I am certain that good health is going to pass over onto you, my friend BK, and we'll see you back on court. I'd say semifinals of this year's City Open.
I love your optimism.
Here's what I ask. When you do make that semifinal run and you're on center court, post-match interview, just remember, and I have to give a shout out to Alex Gruskin, who, with the tennis gods, blessed me for this performance. I think I'm now Jewish as well. Amen. That's how it works, right?
Apparently.
Actually, don't give the shout out to me. Give it to super producer Daniel Westhoff.
Doesn't
All right,
have to be either or.
Yeah. Okay, good. You can go through the list. Just make sure you leave off like the physio, the parents, only those two. Yeah. As we see Nate Pondworth. Exactly. This second set has just looked more like an Nate Pondworth match. He's on top of that baseline, using his forehand to move the ball around the court. I've really liked the adjustments he's made, but more than anything else, for the second consecutive match, BK, not an ounce of quit in Nathan Pondworth. And with all due respect, that wasn't always the case.
Hey, you love to see the fight and the desire from him. Saw coming back from a set down in his last 2 matches. Going to have to do it again today if he wants to hoist the trophy. But doing a nice job here, starting to find the legs a little bit more, able to get JFA moving.
Yeah, we call that the scenic route, when you have to go 3 sets in your last 3. You know, Novak Djokovic became the first man in the Open era to win Wimbledon while losing the first set in his quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. Nathan Pondworth, while not at Wimbledon, could be the first man in SoCal Pro Circuit history to do the same. It's always good when you're on a list with Novak Djokovic, even if the comparison isn't direct.
That's what the stats are for. You can manipulate them how you want them.
So in that spirit, time for stupid question number 1 of the day. Took us 3 hours to get to this. Not too shabby. How much data do you use in tennis? There are stats available, certainly first serve percentage, win percentage, second serve win percentage, net points won. As you get more nuanced, I assume you guys can pay for things that track forehands, backhands specifically. Do you do those sorts of things?
Certainly, there's so many different stats out there now, and certain guys are more data-oriented than others. I tend to go more off my own feel of the opponent. You look for a few numbers. Certainly you want to see serve. You might look for serve placement. Where are their comfort zones? Where are their go-to serves on big points? But at the end of the day, you're the one out there playing, and you need to feel the adjustments, kind of feel the rhythm of the match as well. And certain shots, certain opportunities, sometimes depending on the opponent, it's really – you change your pattern slightly based on the opponent, what you're feeling that day. It has to be a little bit more dynamic, I'd say. And then just last thing I'd say on that is just getting a feel for what the opponent does, the pace of their ball, their movement, how it feels against your shot. Some of that stuff isn't as quantifiable.
I was going to say non-quantifiable. Michigan equals Stanford in that moment. We agree, but yeah, that's what makes tennis fascinating, because you have the Malcolm Gladwell theory, right? 10,000 hours. You feel like if you hit 10,000 hours of forehands, backhands, serves, there will be some sort of level you're able to hit. At the same time, to your point, it's also such a sport relying on feel. What do you do better than your opponent? What can you do to put yourself in a position to do those things? The lob just not as high as it needed to go. But that, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more because, again, while you learn a serve preference, he likes to go out wide. Maybe that day he doesn't. Maybe that day he goes body, and it's just such a feel-oriented sport. That is what makes it so enjoyable, the combination of physicality and problem solving. It's like chess, but you're actually one of the pieces.
Exactly. It is a chess match out there, especially on those big points. Often if you get the stats, you don't want to be necessarily leaning. So often you might say that guy on break point goes 70% out wide, but at 4-all in the third, all of a sudden you're leaning that way, and he goes tee on you because you've left it open, and you get those thoughts in your head. Certainly it's, in some ways it's playing the numbers, but you also need to trust your eyes in the situation as well.
Nice pressure put forward by JFA there, who just fought off a tough service game of his own. Now 15-30 here in Nate Pondwood's service game. I will say one of the highlights of my tennis career, and again, there aren't that many, but I was playing a junior match, and I was playing someone who was a little vociferous, always going to let himself be heard, and was yelling with his parents after he missed a forehand wide. And he goes, "That's a 68% play. What did I do wrong?" And when I say I burst out with laughter, like, I felt bad. I was like, oh, I wasn't supposed to laugh at that. That was a serious thing, wasn't it? It's 100% play right there from Nate Pondworth.
Big clutch hitting from Pondworth, sensing the momentum could start to slip from his grasp. 15-30. Really dialed it in, played physical tennis with the forehand to big targets. I love the patience there from Nate Pondworth in that point.
Absolutely. Discipline, patience, spread the court back to his playbook. And now Nathan Pondworth game point chance here to keep us on serve for 3-2. And again, we said this at the start of the match, the pace JFA plays with. Typically, he's on or off the court, 2 sets, 3 sets, doesn't matter, under 2 hours. Credit to Nate Pondworth pulling every trick out of his own hat to ensure that's not the case today. Good serve from Nate Pondworth. Keeps us on hold here. 3-2 on serve, on hold. My brain may be broken. This match is not. 3-2 Nate Pondworth leads in the second set. You look at the stats. They're not particularly kind right now for Nate Pondworth. Super producer Daniel Westoff, though, can we click on set number 2 for Nate Pondworth? God, he just gets me. As you look through 3 service games now for Nate Pondworth here in set 2. Just a completely different performance, the success he's having behind both the first and second serve. And if you go quickly click on set number 1, super producer Daniel Westoff, you see that first serve percentage in set 1, 41% for Pondworth in set 2. as we move over there now, 69%. The clear-cut improvement for him manifest. I mean, again, it's a simple thing, but like, yeah, making more first serves helps.
Yeah, you love to see the improvement from set to set, making those adjustments after the struggles that we saw in the first set. It's that competitiveness kicking in that we've seen from Pondworth. That passion. We saw that, we heard the fist pump and the motivation urging himself on after getting that hold at 3-2, especially digging himself out of that mini jam at 15:30.
So now we go to JFA's 2-3 service game. As you saw on your board there, JFA has faced just one break point in this match. Now, he was broken early on in set number 1, but has not faced a break point since. 3 of 11 on second serve points, but has only had to play 11 of them. He's 22 for 28 behind the first serve, 4 aces on the day. Can he maintain that level with the pressure Nate Pondworth is putting on him? Too good there. At the kick out. I look where Nate Pondworth is standing. Outside the alley. Can't slow his momentum before the fence. If that's the result of your serve, you hit a good one.
Again, that serve +1 from JFA. Seeing how effective that is, using the serve nicely to find that mid-court forehand. Making life very simple on serve.
Pull that love. 3-all now. Set number 2. I do want to give a quick warning to all of our viewers. Players so frequently have to go immediately from one match to the airport, hop on an airplane, and head off to their next site. Sometimes broadcasters have to do that as well. And I'm fortunate enough to be headed off to LA for the next 2 weeks to do some work for our friends at Tennis Channel. That's what we call a humble brag, BK. As such, might have to head off to the airport here in the next 35 minutes, in which case it will be the pristine voice of Bradley Klahn carrying us through the finish line. Just a quick programming note for all of you tuning in. We will have coverage of this match from start to finish. We just may not have me from start to finish. And if we have more of that, you will not have me for the finish of this, as Nate Pondworth has picked up his level. I mean, that's a top 100 forehand combo. Like, if you can do that repeatedly, he's going to keep having this sort of success.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for, just trying to build on those. How often can you find that forehand? That's what the top players do. They're able to find those patterns repeatedly. There you saw 2 points in a row. Continuing to build those patterns. We've seen how comfortable Pondworth is from the backhand corner of the court. That's where he likes to control the points with his forehand.
There's nothing I enjoy more as a fan than knowing a player's about to go on the full sprint and watching those first steps. And it's always fun to see a big man move that quickly. But man, Nathan Pondworth is everywhere. That was a good drop shot. Pondworth just too quick. He tracks it down.
Really good feel on the redrop from Pondworth there. Smart play, keeping that in front of him, not giving JFA angle to work with. Also catching him by surprise.
Another BKism I'm going to steal moving forward, the redrop. That is what that is, isn't it?
Short and sweet.
So Nate Pondworth responds to a love hold with a hold at 15. 4-3 Pondworth on serve, second set. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn. It's our final week of coverage here of this SoCal Pro Circuit. It's been so fun to see so many different players. The Snow Hans, August Holmgrens, Duarte Valles, McKenna Joneses of the world, either in the midst of or having recently finished prolific college tennis careers. They've all come out to this SoCal Pro Circuit, had varying degrees of success, and now find themselves in comfortable positions moving forward on the Pro Tour. And again, that was the intention of this Pro Circuit, to provide those sorts of playing opportunities to the countless aspiring juniors, high-level collegiate and pro players in the California area who are only not in the top 200, 300 of the rankings because they haven't had the opportunity to do so. And this SoCal Pro Circuit provided them exactly that chance. Again, you look at these two guys on court here right now. Nate Pondworth, 24 years old, wrapped up his college career last season at Arizona State. JFA, 22 years old. They're considered veterans on this ITF Pro Circuit. How many teenagers did we see? 14-year-old Eva Jovic reaching her first pro final back at the Kramer Club a few weeks ago. The rise of a player like Yae Yang, the 18-year-old who experienced success after success after success on this pro circuit. She now finds herself at a new career high ranking. It's just been such a pleasure to be along for the ride for all of this action. And again, a massive thank you to our friends at USTA SoCal for providing this opportunity. With that said, JFA to serve 3-4 here, set number 2.
On with this first mini look at a break in this second set. That's a nice way to
erase a little up 30
some of the deficit.
Yeah, it could be worse.
I'll reach up and
hit a bomb.
Out wide, 6 feet up in the box.
Yeah, just a joke.
This is that scoreboard pressure you're looking for from Pondwood, though. Why those holds early on were so important. Not even for getting looks at JFA's serve, but that ability with serving first. And there we have it. 2 break points for Pondworth. Again, showing off that speed and athleticism, effortlessly getting up to that drop shot. We've seen JFA go to that a little bit more as the second set is worn on. Start to wonder if the legs are going a little bit. He's not.
Oh, that was the forehand he wanted. Had the look, just clips the net tape. And, you know, again, it's always tough to judge the body language of a player, particularly someone with the size of JFA. There's always a little waddle to a big man's step. But he certainly slowed down his movements as he walks along the court throughout the course of this match. Ooh. Love that, Koa. Love that choice.
Gutsy move. Serving and volleying down break point. Love the volley back behind Pondworth, especially with the speed of Pondworth. That's a great play. Forcing him to put the brakes on. Another nice display of the hands at the net for JFA. That's what I love to see from him, using that size, that first strike ability. Get up to the net, put your pressure on the opponent to come up with the pass.
Tough on hold. And will that linger in the mind of Nathan Pondworth? He had his chances. Had the forehand he wanted at 15-40. Just hit that net tape. All credit in the world to JFA for that renewed aggression to put that sort of pressure on Pondworth in that situation. Will that linger in the mind of Nate Pondworth here for all?
Again, Pondwood doing a nice job keeping the pressure on JFA, putting those two break point opportunities behind him, and right back to work on serve.
That one sailed on him. But you're absolutely right. Nate Pondworth, no blinking, has played such a focused set of tennis, and I really do think took the lessons of that, dare we say, brutal first 30 minutes of the match for him and found ways to lock in, as he's been forced to do here. Okay, Pondworth continues to keep pace. Another casual hold for the 25-year-old to keep us on serve here, 5-4. Again, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn, our final match of this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Earlier today, there's another player with college ties, Snow Han. 20-year-old earns her second SoCal Pro Circuit singles title, straight set win over top seed Kim Dabin. Dabin would have been our first top seed to win a singles title, actually, all 6 weeks, men's or women's side, I believe, of the SoCal Pro Circuit. It was a heck of a performance from the 20-year-old earlier today. Of course, in our doubles yesterday, Nathan Pondworth partnered with Eduardo Nava to earn the men's doubles title. Pondworth with a win today would be the first player since August Holmgren in our first week of SoCal Pro Circuit action to complete the singles double sweep. See if he'll be able to do so. Obviously going to have to overcome a set deficit for the third straight match. And at this point of the set, BK, dare I ask you, which way you leaning? Who's playing better right now relative to themselves in this moment?
I think Pondworth has done a really nice job settling into this second set. You mentioned taking the lessons from that tough start in the first set. He's held comfortably throughout this second set. Had the benefit of serving first, continuing to build that scoreboard pressure. JFA's been teetering a little bit. We saw him having to come up with the goods, down 2 break points in that last game. Pondworth had a forehand he'd sure love to have back in the middle of the court. That is a great start to this service game at 4-5. JFA in good position there with the serve and volley. Calmly puts on the brakes and much more comfortable start to this service game at 4-5. There it is, a love hold. Pressure right back on the Pondworth serve, who's handled it very nicely in the second set. He's faced no break points in this set. Definitely have felt his aggression rise, finding more forehands and able to expose the JFA movement a little bit. Good start for JFA here in this game. Important for him as he senses that finish line to raise his intensity, raise that physicality. That is an excellent two-handed backhand on the run. And only when the nerves come in as you get closer to the finish line, the feet can stop. Get a little heavy, but so far so good in this game. An uncharacteristic miss from Pondworth in the second set. Felt that first point, the momentum starting to shift. And JFA able to apply some of that pressure that we saw in the first set. Couple times, Pondworth electing to go to the JFA forehand with the serve. Not with much pace, but maybe a sign of the nerves. JFA just electing to slice that ball back in the court, give himself an opportunity to play, and Pondworth able to pounce on the forehand. Save 2 break points. One more coming. The gift, the double fault. JFA breathes a big sigh of relief there. Applied pressure early in that game, got a little tight. Pondworth was able to pounce on some forehands, but we've seen a few untimely double faults from Pondworth over the course of this match, and again, they creep up at an inopportune time.
So JFA, again, the 22-year-old out of France, first pro circuit final of the 2022 season. He did win his maiden title in September of last year in Cancun. Again, only 4 quarterfinals or further this season. It's his first final. He will now serve for the match. I think someone was clapping there thinking the serve was good. It was not. So second serve coming.
It's a great start to this game. Just when when you're trying to serve out a title, get that early lead. Goes big second serve and first ball forehand. Love the way he followed that into the net as well, continuing to apply that pressure.
Needed it. Got it. 15-all.
That is clutch play from the Frenchman. Great return from Pondwood, too. Let's give him credit there. Off a tough, wide serve. Able to dip that at the JFA feet.
So in the end, it's Jamie, Floyd, and Jell. 6-2, 7-5. His second pro circuit title of his career. And again, yes, it was a straight set match. But as we wrap today's SoCal Pro Circuit, what a phenomenal way to conclude it all, BK.
Yeah, just impressive stuff all week from Jamie, Floyd, Angel. You saw the power, the serve, his explosiveness right from the beginning, and the ability to weather the storm there in that second set. There was a moment there where you thought Nathan Pondwood was going to flip that match, but JFA just too strong, came up clutch with those breakpoint saves and took his opportunity with the benefit of that double fault late in the second set, and that was all he needed.
Absolutely. And so with that said, that'll do it for our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Again, so many people for us to thank, whether it be Chris Boyer, that entire SoCal Pro Circuit committee who was so kind in allowing our Cracked Racquets team to broadcast, highlight all of the action. Of course, a massive thank you to you, Bradley Klahn, for joining us these past 3 weeks, elevating the dialogue, the product we were able to provide to tennis fans everywhere, to our friends at Track Tennis, the Klieg family, the Crable family, all of our sponsors here. It takes a village to put on this sort of circuit, and we were so grateful to be a small part of that village. Of course, I would be remiss if I did not give a shout out to super producer Daniel Westoff, best in the business for so many reasons, makes all of our broadcasts possible. With all of that said, thank you for tuning into our coverage these past 6 weeks. We look forward to providing highlights, providing coverage of these sorts of events throughout the course of the coming months, as there is still so much tennis remaining on the 2022 calendar. With that said, any final thoughts, BK, before we wrap today's broadcast?
Alex, thanks for letting me join the broadcast booth with you guys at Cracked Racquets. It was a great few weeks for me. Some phenomenal tennis out there all 6 weeks. I know I just joined you for the last 3, but again, a great job by the SoCal Pro Circuit committee putting on these six events and providing the opportunities for these men and women.
Spot is always open for you. on our broadcast, my friend. With that said, for the fantastic Bradley Klahn, the entire USTA SoCal Pro Circuit Committee, our sponsors, our super producer, Daniel Westoff, and all of us here at Cracked Rackets, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching the 2022 USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. Thank you for tuning in. We'll talk to you all soon.